Good evening. Welcome back. It's been a little while. We're back on Virtual Pool 4 online, and we're back for, I say some, maybe not all, of Friday Night 9 Ball. You know the score now if you've watched the streams. I've got to get to bed, but the tournament starts an hour earlier than what it does do during the summertime, so hopefully we'll get a fair bit of it in. And we've also got the draw tonight for the Virtual World Straight Pool Championships, and they, for some strange reason, Steve set the tournament, and I don't know why he set it to start at 12 minutes past 10 GMT. I think he totally overlooked the time. Nobody sets a tournament to start at 12 minutes past 10, which is a bit weird. But let's have a look. Now, that's the other good news. The internal browser is now fully operational again. We had an update yesterday which seemed to break Virtual Pool 4 for a little while, but Steve's managed to get it fixed. We've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14 in. There should be 2 spots left. Well, according to that it's 3, but I mean, as far as I know, it's I've got a message from someone. I'll check that out later, whatever it is. And well, there's about less than a minute now. In fact, the rooms should be going up, so it's not going to be a full house. Somebody's going to have a bye. It should be the usual race to 7 on the winner's side, race to 4 I think on the one loss side. Anybody out there, if there is, say hello, just so that I know that the chat's working okay. It should be. So the rooms are up, and there's a good tie to start with. We've got Stubb against Spectre Dawn, so no prizes for guessing what our first match is going to be. We'll head straight in, and the one thing to do is get that cloth changed to blue. Good evening. Well, at least somebody's speaking. You're probably the only person that's there. So anyway, Stubb's in. We're waiting on Spectre Dawn arriving, and then we should be good to go. I know what I can do while I'm waiting. Let's check my little doodle. Check it's working. Yeah, we're okay. So they're both in, and we're ready and set. Again, I think that's Stubb in the far left, and he's overhit that by the country mile, so he's got his amp on while he's lagging. That's awful. That's the worst lag I've seen in a while since my last lag that I did. Good evening, Larry. Good evening, Miasma. And I think that's the first of probably many dry breaks, I think. And Stubb up to as usual. So this is a handicap tournament. It's a Moneyball handicap. These two players are evenly matched, so there's nothing in it. It's a scratch game between the two. Well, here's the first good shot of the night coming up to get this cue ball back up the table. He's got to play this good because the angle he's got is not great, but he's going to have to dig in or get lots of spin on it one way or the other to get this cue ball up the table. It's got to be the left hand side. He's taking a big risk if he tries to come down the right, and I don't think he can anyway with the angle that he's got. And he needs to watch that scratch in the middle pocket. Oh, this looks good. That is absolutely perfect. Excellent. Took a risk there, coming down that side, because obviously there's traffic in the way. It could have ended ugly, but he's played a very good shot. He's got a very slight angle, but he's probably just going to roll through. Nope, he's leaving it for the 3 in the right middle for the combo then. And that is not anywhere near set. So how's the audio, guys? Is it okay? Because I've not touched anything since the last time I did VP4. Well, this is not exactly the right line to be taking it, but he's left it hanging and he's got away with it. That'll annoy Stubb. And he's going to have to kick from the side rail. He might get lucky here though. And I think he'll take that because he's got away with it as well. Now, can he see enough of that 4? No, he can't. I was thinking, well, he might actually knock the 6 in. Oh. I was wondering whether he could see enough of that 4 there to punch it up to the top rail and kick the 6 in, but he couldn't. So we've got a good 3 hours that I can stay here at least, and what I was planning to do is when the draw goes up, who knows, this tournament might be over before 3 hours, but it'll be unlikely, but excuse me, when the draw goes up for the Straight Pool World Championships, we'll have a look through it, and we'll look at the draw, and we'll go over the setup for the tournament as well for anybody that doesn't know or hasn't read the tournament info, because there is a substantial change to the way the tournament's set up, and well, in comparison to normal straight pool tournaments that we have. Steve has always said that is Steve Chaplin has always said that the guys that do play straight pool are playing it on too difficult a setting with the narrow pockets, and that it should be played on normal pockets for Virtual Pool 4, which it is, which means the pockets are more forgiving. You can cheat the pocket a lot more, but that's the only sort of freedom and benefit that you get. But the problem you have with straight pool is it's not about how big the pockets are, it's about how good you are at manoeuvring the cue ball and picking your shots, because it's vital that you work your way around the problems and you work your way around them quickly if you're going to keep a run going. And Stubb thinks that he can do that without any practice. That's what he's well, he naturally says that all the time, that he's going to win the tournament, but certainly he's going to have no problem potting balls, but he's going to have to, we're going to have a look at him and see if he can back it up. So Stubb 1-0 in front and looking good for 2-0. I'm missing the snooker tonight, by the way, guys, just to let you know that. The quarter-finals of the Scottish Open's on at the moment. Judd Trump still playing there when I come onto the live stream. I don't know whether it's went to a final frame decider between him and Li Hang, I think the boy from China. So 2-0 to Stubb. 2-ball looks as if it's going to draw. And, well, he's got a good double bank on here. If he misses the first time, he can certainly get it in past the 7. So he's got strong odds he's going to pot this one. Well, he's going for the single bank to try and hold for the 3, which hasn't got the bank and didn't get on the 3. Well, Spectre Don had to get lucky there because he went all out for the pot, and the cue ball It's blocked by the 4, but again, this should be a... Well, he's actually, I think, hit the 7 first there. And Stubbs too much in a hurry. He's given ball in hand to Spectre Dawn. I just think he didn't take his time to get lined up there. And, well, he's given Spectre Dawn a free go. Now, I think he's the wrong side of this 3, is he? Let's have a look. No, he's okay. He might just run down onto the 8 ball or stun it. One of the two. 4 frames all it is. And, Li Hang is 33 point lead. Well, that could be the shock of the tournament. So, welcome to any latecomers. My intention is to try and get most, if not all, of this tournament in, and then we'll look at the draw in probably just about 3 hours time from now. Has he gone far enough? Well, he's got no problem. He can check this with a bit of inside if he wants, just to come back across, and that does the trick. So Spectre Dawn. This is a pool game where you need to do in order. Yeah, 9 ball you have to pot them in order, if you know what I mean. Whatever balls go down, you pot them in numerical order. So if anything goes down in a break, you still go to the lowest ball first. So that break there was a dry break. The 1 ball is on, and then the blue 2 ball is next, and then the red 3, and that purple 4 that's hidden behind the 7. So that's going to make it difficult. And Stubbs got a few tricks in his bag there. He's nudged into the 4, opened it up, and landed perfectly on the 3. Well, he should be out. There's no reason he shouldn't be. Wants to get high enough up in this 5 ball though, and that is perfect. This needs to be gentle. Doesn't want to let the cue ball squirt away up the table. So 8 ball into the right middle, followed by the 9, it would seem. But if he stays too low in the 8, he's going to have to cut the 8. So he wants to make sure he runs through far enough. Yeah, I don't think he can hold. I think he's going to have to run. Well, he's drawn back onto the rail. Anytime you dig down, you can send that object ball offline. So he's got to be careful with this one. That's a good shot. So Stubb goes into a 2 rack lead again, 3 racks to 1 in this race to 7. And of course the real test for any of these players with the big ratings is not necessarily when they're playing one another, but when they're ending up playing somebody who's getting a fair bit of weight against them, because they cannot afford to make a mistake. And Spectre Dawn misses a 1, and he can't be doing that. This is a bit fiddly just to hold for the 2. Well, this is tough. He's the wrong side of the 2. he's got to try and cut that into the middle and get enough on this cue ball to get out for the 3 at the top end of the table. And he's gone for it full-blooded. Well, the simple shot here is off the end rail and back up the table on the left hand side for a shot in the 4 in the middle. That shouldn't be a problem. He just ideally wants to get far enough up the table or far enough down towards us. He doesn't want to leave it short, and that will do. So the problem is going to be from the 5 to the 6. Now if he gets tight to this left rail, he can roll the 5 in and make sure he can see the 6 so he can play the combo onto the 8. We'll see what he's thinking. I think that's what he's got in mind, but I don't know that he can hold this enough. He's going to have to draw back, and if this cue ball squirts out, that 7's going to interfere with the shot. Well, he's trying to get inside it on the short side, and now he's got a toughie. Good evening, Keith. Well, you've got 3 hours exactly to get signed up to the Straight Pool Tournament, the Virtual Straight Pool World Championships. Well, that's the one place you want to miss it, is sending it to the side rail, because it pushes it back along the short rail. But I don't think Spectre Dawn will refuse this. He's going to go for the chip. Oh, and he's missed it and hit it in the way back. Now what does Stubb do? Does he go for a crazy thin cut down the rail, or does he go for the reverse bank into the right middle? It looks like the reverse bank, or is it the cut? He's got me guessing he's going for the cut. I would much prefer to go for the cross bank with this shot, because it gives you 2 chances of it going in. With this you've just got the 1 chance, and you can also do that and almost scratch. And look where he's landed, plumb on the 7. That was a good shot though. He who dares wins is Stubbs' motto, but he hasn't been doing much winning in the big tournaments. But he's in the straight pool 1 for another go. So Spectre Dawn already with it all to do, and trailing 4 racks to 1. He needs to cut out the errors, and he needs to keep things tight. And that 4 ball over this bottom left hand corner pocket's a problem, because unless you get or play a ball onto the 7 onto the 4, unless you get right over that left hand side, you ain't bought in the 4, because it's partially obscured. And straight away Spectre Dawn's lining up the 1-9, and well, that's a disaster. I would have hit that a bit harder, even if I was going to miss, hopefully get the 9 ball out of there, and it's a gift for Stubb. And Spectre Dawn's night is not starting too good. I thought I seen that name in Virtual Pool 4 before. You've never been online in Virtual Pool 4, Mr. Deanster? Maybe I'm imagining things. Well, Stubb should be in trouble here, but I think Spectre Dawn's in trouble, because I think he's more or less blocked out by by the 9. Yep, that's a good shot. And Spectre Dawn's guilty of the same thing as Stubb. I don't think he lined himself up properly there at all. He's in too much of a hurry, and Stubbs got ball in hand. and a free goal for a 6-1 lead. And this match is what, well, it's coming up in 20 minutes, but it seems a lot quicker than that. Well, you'll not get many opportunities of larking about with semi-pro. You'll be lucky you get a shot. Well, Spectre Dawn is going to have to fire up, as Stubb would say, because he's a sleeping giant at the moment, and he's going to be trailing 6-1 any second now. And of course, with this being a double elimination tournament, Spectre Dawn gets a second goal, but he's going to have to do it the hard way if he doesn't get his act together. Well, the 2-ball thought we're going in, the 6 has been kicked in, and a cut on the 1 for Stubb, and this match is over, I'm afraid. The table's wide open, and it's only going to take something really silly that's going to prevent Stubb from running out here. Now he's going to have to just run up the table, give himself plenty of room to see the 4. Just up past the middle pocket would do. Well, he's managed to have the angle to stun it, so that's even better, because he can now drop in behind the 5. I don't know whether he's going to check this, but it looks as if he's going to draw across it. He didn't want to draw into it if he does that. Yeah, he's just come in behind it and he's overhit it. So this is the one that's going to make or break this visit. If he can get the 5 and land nicely on the 7, it's game over. See this spam crap that goes on. This spam on Twitch pops up every time I'm streaming now. Well, that was quick and it was short and sweet, and Stubb has breezed through the first match tonight against Spectre Dawn, 7 racks to 1, and Spectre Dawn, I don't think really get off the mark at all, and was at the end of the day was lucky to win 1 rack. So let's look at the bracket. We've got the internal browser working again, which is great news, even though it still annoys me. Well, we can see Bill is in a tight match. He's given the 6-ball to Bankster. Sylvia is 4-2 up against Whirlwind. Larry's got a bye, and Stefan and Snakes are playing, and Stefan's got a 1-rack lead, and LS3 is 5-1 up against Mooncake, and LS3's getting the 8-ball, so they're making good use of that, and Mooncake might be making 1 or 2 many mistakes. And there's the result we've just seen, and we've got Wink at Me and 9 Black. Wink at Me 4-2 up. So the match we're going to go in and have a look at is Mr. Bill and Bankster, and see how that's going. So Mr. Bill has a 4 racks to 3 lead, and Bankster's getting the 6-ball. So if Bankster can legally pot that 6-ball at any point during the rack, he will win the rack. But as you can see where the 6-ball is, it's not doing anything much down there behind the 8. Well, Baxter is a 2000 rated player, so that suggests to me that he or she should have a reasonably good idea what they're doing. And this is a test here, because got to just drop there now. Well, the 6 isn't going, and I wonder whether they actually looked to see if that was going, because if that was me and I had that angle there, I would have spun it into the two of them to break them out. Well, this could end up looking silly if he tries to push that to the 9 and it bounces off the 9 and the cue ball's in the open. He'll just leave a pot on, and it's not going to hit the rail, and that's the sort of silly things that can happen when you get tentative, and we've all done it. So it's a gift for Bill, and it'll be a sigh of relief if he can open up that 2-rack gap, which he should do. So Mr. Bill, barring a total disaster here, is going to be 2 in front with the break. It's winner breaks this tournament, and we're playing with spot money on, which means that if the 9 ball goes down on the break, the 9 ball gets respotted, but you remain at the table. And Bill's break has come up dry again, but no real shot on for Baxter, and this time he's got the weight, but Bill's going to lob himself over that one, I think. Jump stick coming out. Now that's going to scratch. I don't think it's going to come off the point. Excuse me. And he's got far too much weight on that. I think Bill was probably relying on the cue ball hitting something at the bottom end of the table there to keep it down low. Well, Stwain, you need to pass on a message that I told them the first 2 weeks of the game. Unless they change their the view angle thing and lift the restriction where people can set the room to suit themselves with a particular view angle, then I ain't going to be there. Well, what's the point, Keith? You go into a room, right? I mean, I play the, even when I try and play the game, I play it with the restriction off, and even then it's still too high for me. But if you go into a room against somebody, you've got the setting that they like, not the setting that you like, which to me is totally unfair. That's a bit like going into a pool hall asking for a game of pool, and the guy that you're playing says, "Ah, well, you need to wear glasses that are completely the wrong prescriptions, you know, so that you can't see the table properly." It's asking you to play with some sort of weird handicap. What were you saying? I can't scroll up. I mean, you can go into a room in here and you can see that the room is on tournament settings, or, you know, whatever other settings you want to put, but in terms of the aim restriction, you don't have that in Virtual Pool 4. So you're playing and watching the game in your own preference, and in Shooter's Pool you're not. You're watching to somebody else's preference if you go in their room and you've not set the room yourself, and I think that is just stupid and entirely unfair on the guy coming into the room. I mean, to me it's common sense that you let the player play to his preferences rather than a player setting a preference for an opponent. Well, Bill's going to have to work his magic here. Is he playing safe? Yeah. And he's blocked off the path for the kick with a 9. And Bankster needs to remap his replay button, as many players don't bother and then keep accidentally hitting it. Well, the easiest way to get to this is to jump over the 9, go to the short rail at the end and run into the 8, run into the 7, but he's decided to run into the 8 and just give Bill another rack. It's not so much an issue, it's just the fact that they're so blind they can't see that it's unfair. It is just wholly unfair. I mean, I've not got a problem with somebody setting a room where they want, you know, tight pockets and all of that stuff in Virtual Pool 4. That's your choice to go in and play in that room, but in Shooter's Pool you've got to look and see what restrictions are on or off every time. And I'll tell you another reason I won't go there. They don't seem to have any intention of bringing Cowboy into the game, and if they brought that in, I'd be interested. But at the end of the day, my heart lies in Virtual Pool, as it has done for 20 years. I think the physics are pretty good in Shooter's Pool. I think they are. If you treat it as a, you know, a totally separate game from Virtual Pool 4, if you just make that comparison, yes, the game physics are different, but you know, it's most certainly the best alternative to Virtual Pool 4, because there's nothing else out there. Well, nothing else worth mentioning. So Bill on the hill, and he should be over and out, and we've got results coming through. I can't see the results because my little live stream thing logo is right in the middle of the screen, but I can see that Sylvia has beaten Whirlwind, and I can't see the score for Wink at Me and 9 Black, although we'll see it in a minute. But Bill has turned down the opportunity to get the match over. He's given Bankster a lifeline. And Bankster not finding the line. Oh, Wink won 7-2. So 9 Black and Whirlwind are heading over to join Spectre Dawn, and no doubt if Spectre Dawn bumps into either of those two, he's going to be given heavy weight, and that's a good one from Bill. But Bill's going to have to put loads of check, and he's bounced off the table. Now, can Bankster get the control of this cue ball? Well, he has done, and that looks like one lifeline saved. Well, at the early part of the pandemic, Shooters Pool was streets ahead. It was getting like 100 odd in when I was looking in, and Virtual Pool never really increased that much. It did for a short while, and then as usual it just dies away to the usual suspects that come in. So Bankster's break was dry, left nothing on. Now Bankster can spin this cue ball up to that top left hand corner and bank the one back across into the middle of the table and have a half decent safety here, as long as the one ball gets cover and the cue ball gets cover. And I don't know whether that's enough. Let's have a look. Nope, Bill can get enough of it, I think, even with a wee bit. He doesn't look as if he thinks he can. Well, he can. I thought he was going to try and spin away there, but he's on the two. Well, is Bill going to get the job done here? And there's really not much reason why he shouldn't, as long as he can miss the 8 and 9 and get out over for the 5. The 4. Well, I think one thing that Shooters Pool has done is certainly they're much more customer related than Virtual Pool 4 ever has been, because I still get emails through from them inviting me to come back, and I never get anything from Virtual Pool 4 other than the alerts for any particular tournament, but I don't get anything. There's no customer interaction whatsoever, none. And there's no promotions in Facebook. I saw a promotion in Facebook the other week there for Shooters Pool. Was it a Black Friday deal that they had for a reduction in price? Don't see anything like that going on. So unless you let people know out there that you've got something, then nobody's going to know, and that's been the inherent problem with Virtual Pool 4. Not just Virtual Pool 4, with everyone. And the only time that there was finances there for promotions was when Interplay were the publishers of Virtual Pool 3. They had a commercial in the States with Jeanette Lee in it, but there's been no such investment in that for Virtual Pool 4, and that's why we only ever have like 50 odd in the lobby. Well, Bankster has somehow got himself back to within 1, but Bill now should be taking this out. Now, is he going to go around and across behind the 9 on the top side to leave the 9 long, or is he going to draw, because he's got not a great angle for a draw, so he's going to go drop it in at the middle instead. So this to win 7-5. LS3 has beaten Mooncake 7 racks to 4, and Bill moves through to round 2. So we'll have a look at the bracket and see how things shape up. If we can get the... Oh, I need to change the clock in this. Hang on, set that to 30 seconds. Bill's result will update in a minute, and he's going to be playing Sylvia. Meanwhile, Larry's sitting there lying in wait for the result between Stefan and Snakes. LS3 is now going to be playing Stub, and DJ Redo is just started against Wink at Me, so we'll go in and we'll have a look at the Stefan Snakes match, and it's now 4 racks all. Well, we've either joined when Snakes has gone to the bathroom or something, but there's not a lot happening. Yeah, see you later. Well, I don't know what's going on, but I'm not going to bother asking. Right. Well, we'll go in and see how Sylvia's going to get on against Mr. Bill. We can see in the HUD that Sylvia's getting the 6 ball now. Sylvia's more than capable of getting to the 6 ball without any help, so Bill's got to be careful. Well, he's made a complete hash of a jump shot for the second time. I think Bill's out of practice. So Sylvia has a very good opportunity here to pinch this first rack. 2 ball in the open, 3 ball up the table, and the important shot is from the 3 to the 4, because it's not a case of just getting on the 4, you need to have that angle to get up the table again for the 5. And what Sylvia doesn't want here is a straight in 3. She's trying to spin up the table, but she's not got enough on the right side of that 3, so it's either going to be all around the table behind that 5 ball at the top end, or leave the long cut. And again, the problem now is not only potting the 4, but avoiding a collision with the 9 and getting back up for the 5. And she's done neither. She's missed the 4, hit the 9, and the 9 has come to her rescue. The 9 is blocking the 4, and Keith has finally bit the bullet, and he's signed up for the straight pool tournament. Excuse me, I think that's what, 32 in now, unless anybody else has signed up since the last time I checked. And a quick reminder to any latecomers, the straight pool World Championship for Virtual Pool 4, the draw for the bracket will be at 10:12 or 22:12 for some strange reason, GMT, which is 2.5 hours away yet, I think. Well, that must mean there's 30. That must mean there's 34 in then, because I think it's a 64 bracket that they've put in. Yeah, there's a fair few sharks lurking in the shallow waters of that straight pool tournament, ready to snap the legs off of any innocent bystander who comes up against them. They will swallow you up and spit you out. They will. Well, nobody wants to win this first rack as far as I can see. Sylvia's had a couple of good chances, and Bill is going to hang the 6. Well, Sylvia this time, it's the old gift over the pocket, and she's looking at the 7, and I don't even think she's aware that she's got the 6 ball. She's looking to do something to get to the 7, and she doesn't need to. And she'll very soon work that out. Well, look where the cue ball is in my screen. Look. And we're out of sync, I think, folks. We are well out of sync. Yeah, weird things are happening. That's what happens when you go out of sync. You end up seeing things like this. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick bail and back in, hopefully. Well, just like I said, Sylvia didn't even know that she only had the 6 ball. Now, what the hell happened there when I went out of sync? Now, you all saw it. We saw that Sylvia just needed the 6 ball to win the rack. And she must have scratched. She must have done something stupid because Bill's won the rack. Bill's 1-0 up. Well, that was weird. Oh, that's nasty. That is extremely nasty. Of course, there's no immediate danger because the 4 ball's hidden by the 8. And Bill's going to have to go, I think he's going to have to go well forward with a fair bit of spin. He's trying to draw, but I think he might draw and miss this with the angle he's got in the 3. Yeah, he's just probably looking to hide the cue ball again. That's not ideal for doing that though. I would have thought it'd have been better risking running around the table into that 8 and 4. Well, Sylvia, if she can pick the line here, can she not go up and down the table and kick that 4 onto the 8? Well, that's what I would have done. I think there was enough angle to get up the table onto that short rail at the top, come back down and kick into the 4, and maybe get lucky on the 8 ball. Well, how's about that then? Well, is this going to work out this time? Because Bill has scratched and Sylvia's got ball in hand in the 6, and it should be 1 rack all unless something else weird's going to happen here. Well, it is 1 rack all on my screen. Well, my brain gets out of sync very rapidly at this time of night. It starts in shutdown mode round about this sort of time. Well, I think you've got to get your push outs a lot better than that, Sylvia. That's just giving Bill a free go. That was not well thought out. and Bill was just trying to get lucky there, and he has done. Although he will have a problem if he can't get down the right hand side for this 5 ball, and he's going to have the angle to do it though. But he's run into the 7, which is the cardinal sin with that shot. He had to avoid the 7. Now is it all out for the bank? Because he's going to have to pick the line for it. And he's had a blast, and he could be gifting a rack here, but that 5 ball, well, it's run to a thin cut. A 6 ball is going to go, well, I say reasonably safe. That's not going to get to the rail. Well, I'm either severely out of sync here, or Bill's had a brain fart, one of the two, because that is Sylvia's early Christmas present. And look at the 9. The 9 is hanging, the 1's over the corner pocket. Now, can Sylvia get out onto this 2? Well, with this safety shot here, the one thing you don't do is send a 2 ball down to this bottom end of the table anywhere. Cut it to the right side rail and run for cover. Well, she's played the pot, so it's all out. Now, 2 choices for the 4, either up the table or down the table for the 4 into the left middle, or down the rail. Little run through, and she needs to go far enough so that she can go top side of the 6 for the 6-9 combo, and that is perfect. So the lead goes to 3 racks to 1, and Bill has just got to cut out those mistakes, or this match is going to run away from him. And if that is the 1 ball that's there, it could be a 1-6 combo or a billiard. The billiard actually looks better to me. Oh, she's got it all wrong, and she's got away with it as well, which is even more annoying when you've just gone 3-1 down. And well, Bill's doing everything in his powers to hand this on a plate. Well, 5 hanging over the pocket could be a drawback for the 3 into the same pocket. Pot the 5, pot the 6, and it's 4-1. Oh, goodness me. Well, that is unbelievable. Pretty much a hanger, that 6 ball. The first thing you do is go down to look at the 6 to see where it is on the rail or off the rail, and you play the shot accordingly. And Sylvia is now gifting it back to Bill. And I think Sylvia maybe mistakes the fact that these pockets are narrow as opposed to what she's been practicing on for the last week or so, which is the setup for the straight pull world championship, which is on the more forgiving normal pockets. And she paid the price there. So Bill gets it back to within one. And this is going to be over quickly. It's going to be 3-all. The 1-9. Again, I think Bill just blasting at these. I mean, did he take his time to make sure he was lined up? Okay, the one thing you don't want to do is to be really gentle on it. The gentler you are, the more chance the ball is of going in. But if you hit a point, you're just going to hang the 9. But did he really take enough time to get himself set with that shot? I don't think so. Good evening, everybody. I forgot my webcam wasn't working earlier on, but I forgot I had to sign into what do you call it, ViewCam. Oh, there's a clever little combo, the 2-3-9 combo, and Bill's got it all square, back on level terms with the break. 6 ball running into the middle pocket, so that's Sylvia's extra money ball gone, which now means that she has to get all the balls up to and including the 9 to win the rack, just the same as Bill. And I don't think that's a bad safety. That is not bad at all. Well, that's a tall order to get anywhere near that 1 ball. Another result through, and Bankster has beaten Whirlwind on the 1 loss side, 4 racks to 2. And so Bill gets his reward for the good safety. And the problem ball could be the 7, but the benefit of having the 5 ball down this bottom end of the table makes it an awful lot simpler to drop onto that 7. As long as you're fairly straight on the 5, it should be easy enough, but he's got to get on the 4, and he's preferring to play this at distance, so that means he's going to have to come behind the 5 on the left hand side, I think. And the further out into the table that cue ball goes, the easier it is just to drop down onto the 7, and he's got to just nurse this into the pocket and do nothing more dead weight, because if he runs anywhere he's going to come out off the rail and block himself. But that is pretty good. And I think the angle means he's going to maybe have to come out behind the 9 up past the middle pocket, unless he tries to hold it. Well, he's managed to just drop it in, take it into the left middle, get himself into the lead. And another result through. Inspector Dawn's Friday night 9 ball is all over, and Mooncake has put paid to Spectre Dawn's chances this week in a final rack decider, winning by 4 racks to 3. And we're into rack number 8. I haven't seen a result come through from that Snakes match yet. Let's have a look. What the hell's going on there? Did I miss the result? Stefan and Snakes are still playing. Goodness me, what the hell's going on there? Let's have a look. I mean, that is This is a first round match, and that's an hour that these guys have been playing for 11 racks in an hour. I mean, what the hell Snake's been doing for that? I mean, has half an hour of him been doing actually nothing? I mean, when we went in, the queue wasn't moving, nothing was happening at all. That is ridiculous. Well, there's not being fast, and there's been absolutely dead slow. Goodness me. Well, match should be over now. Thin cut in the 8. Let the cue ball run, and he's got to have a shot in the 9. He's run into the 9. He's going to have to dig a pot out here. I'm glad I wasn't watching this match, that's all I'm saying. And in goes the 9. So eventually this match is over, and Snakes wins by 7 racks to 5. Stefan over to the 1 loss side. Right, now where were we? We were watching to see how Bill was doing. We'll go back in. Yeah, well, what I'm more wondering is what was the big delay in the middle of the match when I joined the room. But anyway, back to the match in hand. Bill with a 4-3 lead. Shot in the 8. Draw back for the 9. Well, he needs to get a nice kiss, and he hasn't. And this is, well, it was not easy for a bank. And Sylvia might be tempted here. Is she going to go for the kick? Well, that's just a gift. I think I would have banked that and had 2 goes at it. So Bill's now opened the gap. I think the two of them went and had dinner in the middle of the match. Well, these are awkward shots where that 2 ball is and trying to control the cue ball for the 3, and Bill's not taking any risks. He's leaving it tough because the problem is getting onto the 5 as well now. And again, another one. It's either the big draw or the big force follow with spin, and he's put too much on it, which is checked the cue ball at the top end of the table. You have to put helping spin. I think he did too much top on it there, and that's what's killed the cue ball at the top end. It didn't let the cue ball run. So Sylvia, well, she has some sort of a lifeline here, but this is not inviting, this 8 ball. And she's going all out for the pot, and it's going to have to be a difficult cut, or she's going to have to pick out the bank. And she's gone for the bank. Where's the cue ball going though? Oh, goodness me. Dyson with death. but back to within one, and a dry break I think. And look at these balls, they're wide open invitation to run the table for Bill, but the 7 ball is going to put paid to that. Well, here's the chance, albeit the 2 ball's gone safe. Now, is it going to be the blast for the double bank again? And that's going to end up nice, but I think she's blocked out in the 3. Or is she? No, she can get there, just drop it in dead weight. And remember, Sylvia only needs to get to the 6 ball, and we will have a tied ball game, provided she doesn't do anything daft like hit this soft and end up behind a ball, or run it far too far like that and end up with practically no shot. But it's a thin cut. Make sure you get a wee bit of English on it, not that amount though. And it's been gifted to Bill. Well, I think Sylvia's in a hurry to go do something here. I don't think she's planning to hang around. And it should have been all square, in all honesty. And Bill, he's overcooked that slightly. He needs to draw this 9 in, and the reason I say that, if you draw off the 9 slightly, that means you avoid any scratch in the middle, and he's just let it run, which was a danger to start with, and he's hung the 9, and it's been gifted back to Sylvia, and we are all square. Something flew into the bottom left hand corner, I know that. No shot in the 1, but a good chance for a decent safety here. Yeah, I've got a funny feeling Sylvia doesn't want to be here too much, too long tonight. I think she wants to get to the 1 loss side as quickly as possible. And a result through from the winner's side, DJ Redo against Wink At Me. Wink At Me wins 7 racks to 2. Well, if that slows up, it could be a good safety, but it's peaked out. Is Sylvia going to take her time? Is there enough room there? Just. Now where's the 6 going to end up? Oh, she's managed to avoid the 6. Pot into the top right to take the lead, and with the break and the rack that she needs to send Bill across. I was going to say to join Spectre Dawn, but Spectre Dawn's already out of the tournament. Well, the 1 ball has gone, and so has the cue ball, so here's Bill's chance to take this all the way, and cannot afford to make any error. And the problem for Bill is from that 5 to the 6. And the 4 ball's wiped its feet. And this is a tough 8 because he's pretty much straight on this 5. He's got the draw pace perfect. That's excellent. Oh, is he going to run far enough? I'm not so sure that he was playing for that in this corner. I think he was playing for that in the middle, but he's overcooked it. Oh, cue ball. Oh dear me, that was always on. He stunned it too much, and the match is over. Ball in hand for Sylvia, and Sylvia wins by 7 racks to 5. And Bill does head across to the 1 loss side, and that's the perils of playing against somebody and you're giving them the 6 ball. You make mistakes, it's a heavy price to pay. So anyway, the first round is now officially over. Sorry, that's the second round. What am I talking about? Second round's well underway. The Mr. Bill Sylvia match result will come through in a sec. We've got Larry playing Snakes. Larry's up 1-0, and Snakes is getting the, what's that, the 6 ball. And oh, there's a good one. Let's jump in and see the Stub match. LS3 and Stub, 6 racks all, and Stub on the 8. Well, it looks as if Stub is going to scrape through by the skin of his teeth, and he was given the 6 ball away there. And so Stub is through in a very tight match by the odd rack. Right, now let's see where we've got to. We've got the Bill result through, Sylvia through to the next round, and we have Larry playing Snakes, and Stub is through to play Wink at Me. So I think what we'll do is we will have a look at Larry and Snakes and see Larry getting his patience tested here, I think. And Larry's given away the 6 ball to Snakes, and Larry has decided he's going to block himself off in the 5. Now if he can avoid a double kiss, he could cross bank this 5, but it's 99% likely he's going to double kiss the 5. And he knows that if he leaves this 5 ball on, he's going to lose the rack, because Snakes only needs to pot the 5 and 6. Yeah, that was always a risk to take, but if he could have avoided the double kiss, he may well have got the cross bank there, but it was always on. It was too close a vicinity to avoid it. And Snakes lining up the thin cut in the 5. He needs to watch, if he hits this plain ball, he needs to watch the scratch here. He could skim down past this 7 and go into the bottom left hand corner like that. Commentator's eye, there you go, spots it every time. And I mean, the one thing you do, I mean, when the little voice in my head tells me that there's a scratch on, then I'll put something in the cue ball in effort to avoid it, and Snakes just played it plain ball, and it was always going to run down the left hand side, and provided it didn't run into the 7, it was going to scratch. But Larry's got a toughie, and Larry's got the same problem here. He has to draw into this to avoid the scratch, but he's avoided the opposite corner and he's got into the other one. Well, there's weird things going on here. Oh, goodness me. And Larry played that with a wee bit of draw so they could come across and make sure he didn't scratch in the bottom right, but he'd enough pace on it and it's ran across and scratched in the bottom left. Who would have thought it? And Snakes has a gift to get back on level terms. Well, I would have rolled through a bit more than that, but he should be okay. And we're at one rack all. Not an awful lot of movement in the pack there. Just a couple of balls went rolling and it's dry. Larry with a shot in the one. Now, I don't know what angle he's really got there, but he could stun into the 6 or stun across between the 2 and 6 and leave the 2 into the left middle. Let's have a look at the angle he has. No, he's just playing it dead weight to drop it into the other middle. Oh, he's hung the 2, would you believe it? I think Larry's got the same problem Sylvia's has had there, because they've been doing a fair bit of practice at straight pull with the normal pockets, and you can see that they're being caught out by these narrow settings. There's no generosity in any of these pockets. You go anywhere near a point on these pockets, they ain't going in. Now remember, Snakes only has to get to the 6 ball. Now, is he just going to kill it for the gap between the 6 and 7 for the 5? Looks like it. What's he trying to do? Pot this in the middle? Oh, goodness me. I don't think that was ever on at that pace. I think you had to take that long. Oh, beginning to yawn, guys. I need a drink. I'm beginning to go in shutdown mode. Well, this is another awkward one. But no problem getting on the 6. The cue ball takes care of itself here. It's all full focus. Well, if you were up at 4:30 this morning, you could probably have the same opinion as me. My brain is in shutdown mode. And then on Sunday night I have to go to bed at least 8:30, because I'm up at 2:30 in the morning to start at 4 o'clock Monday morning. So have a bit of sympathy for me, please. Well, the cue ball's going to be going on its travels here. 1, 2, 3. Let my little doodle do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, he's trying to check it up and down. Well, you needed a bit more beef into it there, Larry. He's left the old bedhead cut. Bedhead's favourite shot. And in it goes. Larry into the lead, 2 racks to 1, and while that's happening, we will jump across. This is great with the internal browser working again. We'll jump across to a round 3 match between Wink at Me and Stub and see how they're doing. And they're at 1 rack all. And Wink at Me breaking off in rack number 3. How's his luck? I think he's got a couple of balls in the break. What did we lose there? The 6 and the 8, and he's got a shot in the 1, and if he gets this 1, he should be out, or at least he has to be out, because if he leaves any sniff for Stub, the rack will be over. So the pressure is all on this 1 ball, and a sight on the 2, and he's okay. So roll in the 2, roll the 3 down the rail, and either leave the long 4 or roll through far enough for the 4 into the right middle. Ah, good evening, Bedhead. Speak of the devil, and in he comes. Did you see Larry's Bedhead shot there? Yeah. Well, there shouldn't be any difficulty here. All the room in the world to get from the 7 down the table for the 9, as long as the angle's there. Now, a reminder once again to anybody who's maybe watching and scared to chat, you're more than welcome to join the chat, but Virtual Pool 4 is going to be running the Virtual Straight Pool World Championships. I think there's about 34 have signed up. I'd need to check that later, and the draw for the bracket will be up and running in about an hour and 50 minutes time, and well, hopefully this tournament will be almost over by then, but my intention is to have a run through the bracket and see what good matches are maybe lined up, and I say provided that the participants arrange their matches at what would be a reasonable time for me. I might be able to stream 1 or 2 of them, but the problem now is at this time of year I'm working all sorts of crazy hours, as will most of the people that are maybe playing in this tournament. So anyway, Wink at Me with a 2 racks to 1 lead, and Stub with his invitation to the party to get the match all square. Well, judging by the length of time that first match between Stefan and Snakes took, I would reckon this match will be long over before the Larry and Snakes match. Oh, Yamaguchi Taru has joined. Another defector from Shooter's Pool has arrived. Well, Stub likes to make things difficult, and this is not easy at all. This 7 ball into a blind pocket. And this is Stubbs' long-term problem, is not getting better shape on shots and having to pull out shots, which is the one big advantage that he generally will have in the straight pool tournament, in that he can pop balls. but it's not how well you can pot balls, it's how well you can pot and move the cue ball and pick out your next pot and get that all important break shot. So we're into rack number 5 and the break has come up dry, and Wink at Me has got no shot either way, blocked off by the 2 and the 5 and looking for a half decent safety, and that is not bad. And that little bit of help and spin that was on the 1 ball there just brings it off the rail, and in this position and with these 2 players, Wink at Me has to be out. 3 ball wide open into the left middle, and he doesn't want to go nailed to the rail, and that just makes it more awkward, and that means he's going to probably finish on the low side of this 3 ball and be running up past the 4. Well, he's trying to get over as far as he can. I think he can just drop it in now. That's actually not bad. Dangerous, risky going to the scratch the middle pocket. Well, I thought he'd have just dropped through there. I thought that would have been easier, just to drop through for the 4 into the middle and take the 5 that way. He's left this awkward, and that just means he's having to run the cue ball again. Well, there's a result through. Looks like Bankster, I don't know, that could say Bankster forfeits or Bankster's won. I don't know what it says. Oh, Bankster won by 4 racks to 2. And Wink at Me is going to take the lead. So 3-2 up with the break. And I don't think he's getting any joy here. Now this 1 ball is a safety every day of the week. The question is whether Stubbs going to go for the cut. He's going for the cut, and that 7 ball is extremely close to the rail, but it's a couple of millimeters off. But he has to get good on it. If you leave yourself a high angle in the middle of the table on that 7, making it very, very difficult. And of course he has to get the bottom side of this 7 because it's blocked off by the 9. So this is the next shot from the 6 to the 7 is the one that's going to make or break the rack for Stubb. And he's going to have to draw across off the 6 as close as he can really to the rail. Now he's letting it run, needs to get the spin working though. Well, he'll have had a close look at it and see that it's off the rail. Got to get it flush though. Well, Stubb made up his mind, went for the difficult cut in the 1, and he's backed himself this time. He gets the run out and gets back all square. Free ball goes in, and well, he's going to have to dig out another one. He's running into the 5 and 6. You're going to have to draw off them to get on the 2, and that's worked out nice. And he should be out. The problem ball is the 5 though. And let's have a look at that 4 ball. Well, he's looking to see if the 5 goes past the 7. It does go. It does go. It is very tight, but as far as I'm concerned it goes. He's convincing himself it does, so he'll just roll through. It's off the rail, so there's a millimetre or so to work with here to get past that 7, I think. You don't think it goes? I think it goes. Let's have a look. It looks as if he's playing a big draw to get around. Well, it doesn't go now, but that was an excellent shot to get bottom side of the 5. That's another toughie though. Has to go sweetly down that rail, and it has done. Well, Stubbs said it's time to fire up. It's going to be 2 in a row. I think he's absolutely plumb straight on this 8 ball. Yes, he is. Nothing he can do other than just roll forward. Now what's he doing? Cutting this into the middle or running it straight? He's running it up to the top pocket. Well, nothing Wink at Me can do if he can't get a shot. Now trailing by 4 racks to 3. 2 ball goes in, but this time Stubb doesn't have a shot, and the 4 ball's locked up behind the 9, and the 3 and the 5 ball are stuck in the top rail. But Wink at Me now can certainly pot the 1 and drop in behind the 3, but he's going to have to rely on a fair bit of luck here to pot this 3, use the angle that he's got. He's got plenty of angle to come down the right hand side and hoping he hits something, but he'd have a much better chance of doing that if the 6 ball wasn't there. He's just got to let it run and hope for the best. That middle pocket has suddenly done him a big favour. Okay, he's got the split and he's got nothing easy, but he's got something which is better than nothing, and the 4 does go. Remember, 5 ball up the opposite end of the table. And taking his time. Oh dear. Well, he had to get it running, but he had far too much pace in it. Didn't need that amount of pace to actually pot that 4 ball, and he overhit it by a country mile, and the scratch has given Stubb a ball in hand. And look at that. I mean, how often would you see Stubb missing a 5 ball like that with ball in hand? That is crazy. I'm glad I've got that in video. And Wink at Me can't believe he's back at the table. I think Stubb was obviously helping the cue ball there, and again with these pockets, if you try and cheat them too much and try and use a wee bit too much spin, then if you push it to the point of the pockets at pace, they're going to rattle. We see it every time. But who would have expected somebody like Stubb to miss a straight in shot with ball in hand? Albeit Wink at Me's not making life easier for himself. He's got the old bedhead favourite here again. Well, I thought he'd pushed that into the rail too soon. The pace took it in, and he's back all square, and a gift from Stubb. And this time the 7 ball has gone. No shot in the one other than, well, the combo is there. It's certainly going to have to be made, and Stefan has beaten LS3 on the one loss side. And Wink at Me, well, I think, is Stubb going to try a billiard here? And the big danger of a double kiss trying that. So now we're going to get a bit of tip tapping. Bit of left hand side on this to cut across the one, and oh, he's hit it too thick. He had to thin that just so the cue ball would come up towards the 8 ball. Well, Stubb could be in trouble here if Wink at Me can get this one right. He has to get it just a feather touch in the 1 ball. He doesn't want to move that one anywhere. That's perfect. That's what I'm talking about. If you can get it thin enough, you can try and tuck it away, but I think there's an edge showing. There is just an edge. And now Wink at Me has got the problem. And the other problem is he can't get the line off the end rail to get to the 1. And that has got Wink at Me in loads of trouble. Now, has he looked really closely at the 1 ball, because there's an edge of that 1 ball just showing. There is just an edge, but all he would do is bring it out, and if he left the cue ball on the top end of the table, Stubb would have a shot anyway. Well, he's going to have to judge the angle here with spin, and didn't quite get the line. And so Stubb has the chance to redeem himself from that crazy missed 5 ball in the last rack with ball in hand. That's perfect. Just drop the 4 in, drop the 5 in, and then has to get up onto the 8 off the 6 and back down for the 9. But really, there should not be a problem. Now, I think he's checked that to make sure he went the right side of the 8 ball there. He didn't want to run the cue ball around the angles because there's the danger of the scratch to top left. That's why he did that, to stop the cue ball running. Oh, where's the cue ball? He's okay. So Stubb back into the lead. And with the break in rack number 10, and we'll have a quick look at the bracket. And Larry is 5-4 up against Snakes. And we are 5-4 here. Break has come up dry. And, well, need I say the obvious here? Look at the table. Wink at Me with an open shot in the 1 and has to get this cue ball out into the table and avoid blocking himself behind a 5 like that. Oh dear. Has he got... Can he see it? Yes, he can. He has to run out. And Larry has just won the match, has he? Well, this is not easy either. He's fairly straightish. Nice little cannon onto the 8, but, well, he's got to cut this long. There's no way that's dropping into the middle pocket. He's got to go for it long. Cue ball comes across to the left hand side and he's got a shot in the 5, no problem. But no way is he going to play this into the middle. Into the top right hand corner. I'm not convinced though. Yeah, I don't know what he's thinking. I mean, that is just such a narrow gap to try and get that 4 ball in, and he's thrown away a good opportunity there, Wink at Me. That had to go. I mean, what was the problem with cutting the ball? I mean, the ball was there. What was the problem with cutting it that way? The cue ball goes that way and comes out. Where was the problem in that shot? And he took the much more difficult shot and has thrown away a rack there as far as I'm concerned. To me, it was a lot easier to cut the ball up into the corner pocket than it was to try and pot it into that middle pocket. And all of a sudden though, Stubbs on the hill. I think Stubb would have took that long. It was had a much better chance of the ball going in than it did going into that very narrow gap into the middle pocket at that angle. Well, Wink at Me has it all to do now, but it's self-inflicted, I have to say. Wrong choice of shot. And Stubb, I think, has a ball in the break. Yep, the 8 ball has gone. And Stubb going all out for the bank and has given Wink at Me another opportunity in this rack to get the job done. See if he can do it this time. No reason why he shouldn't. They're all there. There's not a problem ball. Well, that's tight. No, I forgot. Did I forget to change the game? I forgot to. I'll change it after once the video. Mind you, the video won't stay on Twitch anyway. I don't keep my videos on Twitch. It'll disappear in 14 days or however long it is they keep them. All my streamed matches, whatever they are always going to be stored on YouTube. They'll never be stored on Twitch. I was in a bit of a rush after having my dinner to get here in time to be able to stream the tournament. That was the one thing I forgot to do. Anyway, Wink at Me has got it back to within 1, and the 7 ball goes in. Is he going to have a shot in the 1? Well, it's going to have to be a bank. And the double bank works, but it's also now no shot. Locked up behind the 6. And is he lining up the jump stick for the combo? A jump 2-ball 5-ball combo. Looks as if he is. I don't know whether he's jacked up high enough. Yes, he is. What do I know about jump shots? I can't play them anyway. That was a good shot. Well, the pressure's on now. All there for the taking. And this to go into a final rack decider. Well, it's all going to hinge from the 4 to the 6. And that looks pretty good to me. Drop the 4 in, drop the 6 in, roll the 8 in, and possibly the 9 into this bottom left hand corner. That would be the simple thing to do. Just roll it through. And we are going, well, he's rolled it through a bit more than he should have. That should have stopped by the middle pocket. It stopped beyond the middle pocket, so he's now cutting an angle here. In it goes, and Wink at Me with the break. And Stubb isn't happy. And Wink at Me won't be either, because he's come up dry. And Stubb, well, we know what he's going to do. He's not going to do anything else other than go for the 1-ball. 7-ball is awkward. It's hiding behind the 8. So that is going to be the problem ball. And he's overcut the 1. And he's left Wink at Me a chance, albeit not a great one. Let's look at this 7-ball. I mean, the 7-ball isn't going. I mean, it's not going if you're here. It's going to have to be moved. Something's going to have to break out that 7 and 8. And this is awkward now as well. Queuing over the 6. He's going to run into the 5, so he doesn't want to hit this hard, because the cue ball's going to run away to the right if he hits it too hard. He just wants to run into the 5 and not run too far. Well, he's done exactly what I've said. This just makes it more difficult. Now where he is, if he gets this 3-ball, gets on the 4 and can get up far enough for the 5, he can pot the 5 and run into the 7 and 8, and he'll still have a shot in the 6. That's the plan here. So he's got the 3, has to get a good angle on this 5-ball, because that's the shot he's going to have to take the risk with, and actually opening them up, freeing them up, and having a shot in the 6. Well, somebody explain to me what that shot was there, because that was awful. That was a terrible thought out shot there by Wink at Me. I mean, he's going to have to play the reverse bank, or he's going to try and hide behind the 7 and 8, but it was by no means anywhere near a shot that was going to get him anywhere good on the 5. And of course, if you're going to end up playing the safety, you have to get the safety, and he's made a total balls of it. And Stubb is going to run out here, because that was a really, really poor shot by Wink at Me. Not only the previous one, but the safety as well. And he's going to be joining the others that are over in the one loss side. Well, Stubb doesn't need to thump this in, he just needs to come out onto the 8 and can let the cue ball run. Well, he's came out on the far side, so now he's going to have to let the cue ball run. So a bit of top and right hand English and plenty of pace, and take the risk of the scratch in this bottom left hand corner pocket. He won't do that, he won't get that far, he'll leave it high cut probably. Yeah, the pace is fine, and well, Wink at Me shot himself in the foot twice in this rack, and it should have been over, but he's paid the price big time. Stubb gifted a run out there by Wink at Me, and he wins the match by 7 racks to 6. Right, so back to the bracket, and Larry and Snakes, according to that, are 6 racks all. Who said Larry won 6-4? Was that Miasma? Miasma said 6-4 for Larry, and it's 6 all. Final rack decider. Larry at the table has to get up onto the 3 ball. Oh, aye, 6. I'm thinking, forget it. That shows you how confused my brain's getting. I was thinking that was a result, and I'm forgetting it's a race to 7. My apologies. The brain has gone, and that's perfect in the 3. Of course, Miasma, sorry, I'm even forgetting who's playing in the match. Snake still has the 6 ball here, but I don't think he's going to get to see it. Yeah, Larry's very generous that way. He's very generous. Now this has to be either pushed in and let the cue ball run forward, or a gentle draw off the 7. And Larry is going to go through by 7 racks to 6. And I think Stubby Boy will be lying in wait, is he not? Well, let's have a look and let's check that out. Oh no, Stubb's playing Wink at Me in the bottom half of the draw. And Sylvia is lying in wait for Larry. And of course Stubb is lying in wait for the winner between Larry and Sylvia. So let's see what's happening in this one loss side. We've got Bankster playing Stefan, they're 2 racks all, and we'll go in and have a look at that one. So this is a race to 4, if we can get it to load, and it's a scratch game, no handicaps. That little kiss off the 6 has given Bankster a chance. Now gentle drop in the 6, or make sure you get it in with enough weight to get up the table for the 7 into the same pocket, and he's hung the 6. If that was in the straight pull pocket, so it would get in that pocket no problem, but not in the tournament tables. And if this goes in off the 8, the 8 may well just end up rolling down into the pocket here, into the corner, and he's scratched. That's a disaster. Once again, when you go to play that shot, you know the cue ball's going over to the opposite side, so you have to take evasive action by putting a bit of spin on it to make sure the cue ball stays away from the pocket. And Stefan just hit it plain ball, and it was always going to track over the left hand side. And so Stefan has it all to do, trailing 3-2 in the race to 4 on the one loss side. And Bankster, meanwhile, his break has come up dry. And Stefan's immediate problem is to decide to just punch the 2 in, kill the cue ball, and play a 3-6 combo. He's gone inside the 3. He wanted to be as straight as he could on the 3. Is he going to play it off the 4? He could play the 3 off the 4. It's a much bigger pocket doing that. Oh, he's hit it too thick. If that comes up and misses a 4, that'll be nice. So a nice kiss on it. It's pushed it to the rail. How close is it? About a millimetre off it. Oh, it's just held. I thought it was going to roll behind the 8 there. So we are just under an hour and a quarter away from the fixtures going up for the Straight Pool World Championships. And meanwhile, Bankster has got 3 balls to pot here to carry on in the tournament. Not quite as simple as it looks. If he doesn't get good on the 8, he needs to keep running. And that will do. So what you do with this is you don't overdraw it. If anything, you underdraw it. And he's got a shot. So this to win by 4 racks to 2. And to end Stefan's participation in this week's Friday Night 9-ball. So it's 4-2 to Bankster. He marches on. And we will have a look at the bracket. Well, there's nothing else I think going to happen. There's a Mooncake Snakes match. That might be on for another hour. But meanwhile, we will go into the Sylvia Larry match. It's still 0-0 according to that. But Larry's just won the first rack, and Sylvia is getting the 5-ball, so that is a generous handicap for Sylvia. And I think Sylvia's working on the principle that the harder you hit the ball, the more likely it is to get into the hole. But Larry can't make mistakes. The only sort of backup that Larry's got here is that the 5 ball is sort of dead on the left hand rail. It's not easy to get to, and of course the 9 ball is blocking the path of the 5 into one of the corner pockets. That looked as if that 2 ball run across the rim of the pocket there. Well, Larry's going to have the problem, and he's gone too far on the 4. He's the wrong side of the 4, and this is going to have to be a delicate one. He's either going to have to, well, he's just going to leave it long. This is tough. Any semblance of that 5 ball getting pushed to the rail, it's going to come out far enough and avoid the pocket. He has to keep it flush. It's all about that initial connection on that 5, a simultaneous 5 and cushion. And Larry's let the cue ball run again, and he's scratched, and it's a gift for Sylvia to get it back all square. Well, we've saw a few players getting caught in the trap with the old scratch in the opposite pocket, and Larry fell victim there, and the 9 ball's gone in. 9 ball will be respotted, and Sylvia will remain at the table. Plum on the 1 ball, and 7 ball is blocking that 2 ball, so she's going to have to get across the table. Pace isn't too bad at all. She just come down the table a wee bit more. Now this is going to work out good or bad where the cue ball ends up here for this 4 ball. She's played that very nice. That was very nice touch on the 4. Yeah, good evening. Thanks for joining. Take care. So Sylvia into the lead, and we're into rack number 4. And the break is dry, and Larry has a shot. And well, the interesting one here is Larry going to be playing some sort of 3-7-8 combo, which is nowhere near set? Or is he going to have to try and either play the safety off the 3 ball, and his chances of breaking out the 3 from this shot are fairly slim because he's running into the 9. So he's playing, I don't know what he played there. I thought he was playing a little draw. Well, Sylvia's actually got a great chance here. She can pot the 2 and run the cue ball across in towards that 3, 7 and 8. But again, she's had a blast, and look what she's done. She's knocked the 3 into play, 4 over the middle pocket, and Larry may well take the chance if he can squirt this cue ball and break out the 7 and 8, or just play for the 4. He's got a choice here what he does, and he went for the breakout, and luckily for Larry he's run into the 4 and it's still on. And he may well have to bite the bullet here and make this the 7-8 combo at the end of the day. Sometimes you're better just to take your medicine. he's still got another chance if he can get somewhere decent, and he's run into them. He took the risk, because the risk was always going to be whether you're going to have a shot in the 6, and he's got sort of half a shot here either way. Well, it's going to have to be into the middle, or he's going to have to run it thin and try and hide the cue ball. This is not easy. Goes for the bank, gets it, but once again, no shot. And Larry getting nasty. And Sylvia's going to have to check the cue ball either way. Left hand spin to play it to the right side of the 9 to straighten it up a bit so it can run towards the 7. Well, that's not going to get there, I'm afraid, and it's a gift for Larry. And Mooncake has beaten Snakes by 4 racks to 0. And meanwhile, Larry's squared the match at 2 racks all. And Stubb, of course, is waiting for the winner of this match. So remember, Sylvia just needs up to and including the 5 ball, but she's overcooked that again. But plays a good safety. Now Larry might kick this 4 ball into the right middle if he gets a good line. Oh, he's ended up getting it thin, and he's fluked to 6, and he's on the 4. And this time he's got perfect on the 7. So just a straightforward roll in the 8 and roll through for the 9. In fact, maybe he's got more angle than I think. He can run across. No, he can still hold it. So Larry into the lead. But it's taken a wee bit of good fortune there to win that rack. Breaks right. Sylvia though has got no shot. So it's up and down the table here for the rest of this rack. Drop the 3 ball in, leave yourself the angle. Well, he's gone pretty straight. I think he can possibly follow through with a bit of spin. Right hand spin to help the cue ball around the angles and across. Where's the cue ball going though, Larry? And Larry's fell into the trap again. I think that's the 3rd time tonight we've seen Larry scratching. And it's a gift for Sylvia. I think he's in 3 good scratches tonight, Larry, from what I remember. Oh, goodness me. And Sylvia's Christmas has come early. Sorry, Larry's Christmas has come early because the break's dry. And it's a 1-9 combo for a very quick rack. Good evening. Larry lining up. Is he lining up the 1-8 combo here? Again, I don't know what he tried there, but he certainly hit it way too soft. And Sylvia with a chance to square the match. Needs the 3, the 4 and the 5. She's left it tough now because she's gone way top side of the 4. It's a thin cut. Cue ball's running all over the place. Oh dear. And that's the worst place she could end up. Hooked herself on a 5. And it's the old hit and hope. Well, that could have ended up worse because the 5 doesn't go. Larry can try and hide the cue ball here behind the 9. Oh, what a kiss off the 6. And that's got Sylvia in trouble because I don't think she can get past the point there, can she? No. Spin took it into the 6, so it looks like for the first time in the match Larry's going to have a gap. A 2-rack gap. And Larry's trying his best to scratch again. He's okay this time though. Well, it's going to have to be the long 9 ball. So in less than an hour and 57 minutes time to be exact, we will have the brackets up for the Virtual Pool 4 Straight Pool World Championships. And Larry's break has come up dry. Balls are perfect, and if Sylvia doesn't get a hit in this one and doesn't, well, she's played the push out, and Larry, I think, will go for the bank. Willie, is there enough room? Maybe not. Well, it's tight, but it does go. Yeah. Once again, got to think about the push out. Well, Larry's played a half decent safety there, but Sylvia may well have a blast here, because there's a possible 2-5 combo on. She's looking at the line, and here we go. Oh, that's excellent. The pace was perfect, gave it every chance to go in, and she's back within one, breathing down Larry's neck, but getting no joy in the break. Where's the 9 going? Well, that 9 ball is just waiting to be knocked in. So Larry has a shot, and if he can avoid running into the 8 ball, he can come across for the pot in the 2. The question is, though, I think he's going to leave the 3 and the billiard onto the 9. But look where he's finished. He's run into the 8, and he's got no shot. He's played a good one. Once again, Sylvia is just going to have a blast, have a bang at it, and just hope she gets lucky. And that is not a bad outcome. Of course, Larry has a 2-4 combo, but what's he going to do with this 3 ball? His best chance is if he can get the cue ball back up the top side of the table and play a billiard from the 3 onto the 9 and knock the 9 in. Well, he's knocked the 2 in as well, and he's going to have the billiard. That's perfect. He couldn't have played it any better. Just a little clip off the 3 onto the 9, and he's stuck it into the jaws, and he's also got Sylvia hooked again. Well, if Sylvia can get this 3 ball plumb and kick it that way, that 9 might bank. If she thumped it hard enough. I think I was a bit ambitious there, by the way. That was very ambitious, that shot I was looking at. So Larry, 1 rack in the lead, and a very good chance to get himself to within 1. Well, this is the one where you don't want to overcook this and go on the short side of this 9 ball, and he's okay. So Larry is going to be sitting on the hill, needing 1 more with the break. In rack number 11. And Mooncake continues on the 1 loss side. He has beaten 9 black by 4 racks to 1. Well, this match should still be continuing after this, because Sylvia's got the 3, the 4 and the 5 to get it back to within 1 again, and no reason why it shouldn't be. Plenty of room past the 7 ball to go over for that 5. Now is Sylvia going to get a bit of luck in the break here? Needs a ball and a shot. And it isn't getting it again. No joy whatsoever. And Larry will be out of the jump stick to cut the edge of that 1. He'll be really lucky though if he's going to have a shot in the 2 after it though. Yep, cue ball just running away. And he'll be going for the thin cut in the 2 as well here. Needs to slow up. Try to billiard the 7 in, and Sylvia can just cut the 3 onto the 7 and needs to leave the 3 there so that she can play a shot from the 3 to get out onto the 4, and that will do nicely. So this is Sylvia's chance to take this match all the way to the final rack. If she can pot the 4 and somehow get away from that 6 and 9, because she's heading straight into them off this shot. And she managed to avoid them, and she's fluked to 4 and a straight in 5 to go all the way at 6 racks all. Couple of balls, both in opposite middle pockets. That's the 6 and 7 gone, and no shot. And look where the 9 ball is. It's asking for a 4-9 combo down there. Sylvia has played to push out. Larry can play the shot from there or put Sylvia back in. Well, the only saving shot here is the fact that 2 balls there, because I think Larry would have had a bank on the 1 there onto the 9. Larry can get a really thin edge of this one and just come between the 5 and 3 and just keep distance while he's hitting it soft. And in the end, once again, I don't know what he played there, but It's certainly nowhere near where either of the two balls should have been. Sylvia's got a cut back to one. She's run into the two, and the two's gone safe. And this could be her last shot if she's not careful. Well, the bank's not on this time. 8 balls blocking the path. Larry trying to hide behind the 9. Get second prize. He's got the snooker behind the 4. And Sylvia going to have to do the jump escape and hit and hope. Oh, what a shot. Deserves to win with that shot. That was excellent. Well, if she can get this as straight as she can for the 4-9 combo, this will take her through to face Stubb. And the 9 is hung, and Larry's been gifted, and that is unlucky after that jump shot. And Larry goes through by 7 racks to 6, and she gave it every chance to go in, but at that gentle pace, the 9, if it was not going to go in, it was going to go over. And so Larry is through, and we'll have a look at the bracket, see how things are shaping up. We've got Bankster waiting to play Sylvia. Their room will just be going up. And Mooncake is 1-0 up against Wink at Me on the 1-loss side. But we are going to be joining the match between Larry and Stubb. So in we go. And the two players are going to lag for break. Stubb on the far side, Larry on the bottom side. And again, Stubb, well, he made a better lag that time, but he still overhit it, and Larry has the break. And this is a scratch match, there's no handicap. And Larry has the 8 ball in the the 7 ball in the break, a shot in the 1. Tournament's been on for 2.5 hours now. Started at 7 o'clock GMT. It's now 9:30. This is a wee bit more of a cut than he would like, this 4 ball into the middle. Shouldn't be a problem though. So, first blood to Larry, and that was a run out from the break, as far as I remember. And the 8 ball has gone, but this time no shot. I see Larry's played the push, but he's left himself open to trouble here because there's balls there to cover this 1 ball. And he should be in trouble here in a minute. And Stubb has overhit that by a mile. I don't think Larry can see enough of that to cut it. No, he can't. But it wasn't the best of safeties by Stubb. Right, good evening, Mark. Thanks for joining. See you later. Oh, Stubb will really enjoy that one. And Mooncake has beaten Wink at Me by 4 racks to 0. And Stubb nearly got out of jail there. Almost cut the one in. Larry's got the cut into the middle. Cue ball's running it up and down the table though. Might run into this 3 ball as a matter of fact, which wouldn't help him very much. Oh, he went for it in the bottom corner. He's knocked a 6 in. Don't know whether that was a fluke or it was meant to. And once again, Stubb is not happy. So it's up and down the table and back up. And Larry now is sitting with a very good angle in this 3 ball to get up there for the 4. Should have no problem getting there. And of course Stubbs typing away there in the chat, and that won't bother Larry in the slightest. He'll pay absolutely no attention to it. So this 9 ball for a 2 rack lead. So Stubb at the table, break is dry, going for the long cut in the 1, and it goes. It's all or nothing from Stubb. Run it into the 4 and he's left it on for Larry. Well, that was a mistake, big mistake. And can Larry punish him? Well, Larry's got a problem ahead here because he's got the 4, he can get the 5, and he may well have to come down and try and get the 6-8 combo. Unless he wants to try and draw back up off the 5, depending on what angle he has on this 5, to come down the narrow side of the 6. Well, it looks to me as if he's going to try and come over to this right hand side to play the 6-8 combo. No, he's trying to get across to the left. Well, he's left it really tough. A really high cut in this 6. He's got to go all out for it. And if he gets it, he's got to be on the 7. Well, again, if you're going to miss it, it's always best to overcut it, because it means it's coming off the side rail back along the short rail at the bottom. But Stubb has put Larry back into immediate danger. Larry out with the jump stick. And he's got that all wrong. And it'll be a 6-9 combo for Stubb to get back within 1. Couple of balls in the break, 2 ball hanging, and a shot in the 1, and a run out to square the match. Well, you need to make sure your antivirus is off first of all before you do the update for VP4. It can always interfere with it. Well, what's it actually doing? Is it showing you the progress bar, or is it the one with the 10 ball spinning? Well, what I would do is I would, you know what I would do? I would cancel out of it, go down into your taskbar and switch off your antivirus. Shut it down for the time that you're going to be doing the update, and let it run. The Virtual Pool 4 and antivirus are not a good combination whenever you're trying to update VP4. That was the first thing I did the other night there, was switch it up. It's only the internal browser's back in. The internal browser has been fixed as far as we know, and also the crashes have been fixed that were part of it. And well, so far, apart from the fact there was a problem when the update got done the other night, was it last night? VP4 servers went down, I think, because the Thursday night 10 ball doubles tournament got cancelled. It was in the middle of the tournament, and the players all had to get a refund. I don't know what happened, but we all got booted out the lobby, and but everything seems to be running okay now. But there's not any changes to games or anything like that. It's just it was just a bug fix and a crash fix. But back to the match, Larry and Stubb all square, 2 racks all. And Stubb has to get down onto the 6. Can he get there clean? Because he's pretty straight in this 5 ball. The angle he's got looks as if he's drawn down past the 8 ball. Yep, he's running into it. Is he going to get lucky? And the answer to that is yes, he is. So Stubb, from I think he was 2-0 down, is now going to take the lead if he can get this 8 ball and get onto the 9. And he's not left that easy. He's in the middle of no man's land, but it's going into the top right hand corner as we look. Five ball tracking, and it goes. And I think he's got another shot in the 1. I think you can see enough of that. And once again, Stubb should be out here. Well, it's going to have to be the cross bank. Once again, Stubb struggling with the position, but he's managed to get out of that hole. Anywhere in the middle of the table, he'll have a shot on the 6. I don't think he's gone far enough, has he? I think he can just get there. He can just see enough of it. Once again, he's left a toughie. He's not making life easy for himself, playing everything at distance. Well, this is either going to be a draw or the more likely follow through and letting the cue ball run. And that is pretty good. So Stubb is going to take a 2-rack lead. Now what's Larry got? Stubb breaking rack number 7, and the 9 gets kicked in. It will get respotted, and Stubb will have an awkward shot in the 1. That was not easy. Well, now Larry's chance to respond, and it's simply no miss. Once he pots the 1 and the 2, that 4 is a blocking ball for the 5 up at the top end, and then there's a problem in getting from the 6 down to the 7, so this is not straightforward to run this table. And it's tough enough just to get on the 3 ball off this too. And the big stun with a helping spin gets Larry into a good position. Now he's going to have to stun this in to get the cue ball out past the 5, and so it has to be, well, he's trying to run into that. Is not the shot, Larry. That was not the shot. He had to stun out to get past the 5, and he's blown his chance big time. And Larry knows he should have stunned that out. He didn't want to take any risk in going near in that 5 ball doing that shot. He was hoping to push the 5 out the way, but he had the better opportunity to take that out of the equation by stunning it in. And of course, when you stun them in sort of medium firm on these pockets, if you don't get them flush, they'll rattle. And I think maybe Larry was worried about that, but he has gifted Stubb the chance, and this is where it is all going to decide the rack. If he can get the 6 and onto the 7, which isn't a guarantee, and Larry will be kicking himself. And Stubb has missed the 6, and Larry is going to have to jump that because he can't see enough of it for the potting angle. And is he going to redeem himself? Well, if you're going to keep this simple, you just roll the 7 in and roll through far enough for that 8 in the right middle, and then just run through for the 9 into the bottom left. No, he's drawing back off it. Maybe the angle that he had would have left the cue ball square in the 9, which is why he played the little draw. So, Larry back to within 1. But I didn't hear anything drop, but I do now. The 4's gone in, and he's sitting flush in the 1 ball, and they're all there. There's not a problem. That needs to keep going up. He needs to get better on that 5. Now going into a blind pocket, which always adds to the difficulty. And not only that, he's still got to think about where he's going to end up for this 6 ball. And again, this is just off straight. Cue ball just wants to come down the bottom half of the table. And this is the one make or break for the rack. Well, I think it's a big stun, firm draw, or it's a big follow through, and as long as he slows up, he's fine. And that will do, because he can pot the 8 and run through with a bit of check on the left hand side of the cue ball, just to square it off the rail and come out for the 9. And Larry has won 2 in a row, and we're back all square. So we've got 20 minutes, or 22 minutes to be precise, before the Straight Pool World Championship fixtures go up, and we'll have a look at them. We'll have a quick look at the bracket just to catch up. I think if we look over here, we've got Mooncake waiting for the who the hell's he waiting on now? Let's have a look. We've got Larry playing Stubb That's for the hot seat, isn't it? That's a hot seat match. Well, Sylvia is going to be playing Mooncake in a minute. That's a good safety by Stubb. That is better, and that has got Larry in a whole heap of trouble here. He's going to be hard pushed to get anywhere near the 1 ball, because that cue ball is pretty tight in the 3, which narrows down loads of angles that Larry can use. He's got very restricted movement here to try and pick a line and hit that 1. And so Stubb has got his reward for the excellent safety. Ball in hand. This shouldn't be a problem, even though he's on the rail. It should be just forward with a good bit of pace to come off the end rail or around the angles. Now this is the one that can go wrong, because that 6 ball is just interfering with the line to that 4. So he's not going far enough, I don't think. Has he? Well, he's just got there. He has just got there and no more. Well, I don't know what Stubbs thinking there. I mean, he's left himself. He's going to have to dig out the jump stick here. Hooked himself behind a 9. And he's going to have to pull one out here if he's going to stay at the table. Because Stubb doesn't often jump. He usually kicks, and that's why he's struggling with the jump. And Larry, although he's got a thin cut in the 6, he's got a perfect angle to run around and get on the right hand side of the table for the 7 into the same pocket. I think he's playing the reverse bank, is he? Looks like it. Into this bottom right hand corner pocket. Is he playing the cut? It looks like a bank. Yeah, he's got it. He could have played the cut. There was always the danger of the scratch, but he's played a good shot on the reverse bank. Now Larry, I think, just drop it in dead weight. Play the 9 long into the top left. No, he's going to let it run. Has to run far enough though. So this to go back into the lead. So Larry 5-4 up. And no joy on the break. Stubb has a pot in the 1, entirely the wrong side of the 1. If he's going to get to this 2, he's going to have to do something big time with the cue ball. and it was always asking too much to avoid the traffic. But has he got a shot? Nope, it's just going to be the thin edge and run to the long grass. Well, that was not a great shot, simply because he's got no distance at all between the two of them. But Larry can certainly put distance between them. He's got to get it thin with a bit of spin. And that is a good one. It's not difficult to kick in behind the two though. Bit of left hand spin. Oh, he managed to catch an edge of it. In actual fact, he's got a very good outcome. That is an excellent shot. Easy kick though. It's the old hit and hope. If he gets this right, he could push it into that bottom left. Well, he's just chipped it two and he's left it on. And Stubbs going to have to go across the table twice. Cut the two with enough pace to get the cue ball off the left rail, right rail and back over to the left rail. No, he's leaving it awkward. I thought he would have run it back across, but well, he's certainly got more than enough angle to get up there for the four. This is the one that's the problem. Pretty straight in the 5, and look where the 6 is. And well, I don't know what he tried there, but he's just played a straight stun, and he's left it in the most awkward position here for a shot. Now, is it the reverse bank? Because there's a danger of the scratch here, but he looks as if he's lining up the cut. He's played it well, run into the 7, and he's got himself pretty much hooked. And this 8 ball has come to Larry's rescue, and Stubb will be annoyed at that. I'm pretty certain if I ever stuck anything like that up my nose, it would just put me into a sneezing fit. Well, Stubbs' last attempt at the jump stick wasn't very successful. Oh, he's played a cracking shot there though. He's went from disaster to triumph with the jump stick there. That was an excellent jump. And he's landed on the 8. Cue ball's going to have to run. Played it long to hold for the 9. Could have took it in the middle and just let it run up and down. But this to square the match. Nothing doing for Stubb, and Larry's going to have to play some form of combination shot here, and that 4 ball is guarded by the 9 and the 7, and there's no guarantee this will work out. He's going to try and play it through the gap. No, he's played the 9, and that's all gone wrong. And Stubb is just going to have a fair old blast here onto the 7, the 1 onto the 7, onto the 9, onto the 4. But he's got to hope he still has a shot in the 1 though. This isn't guaranteed. And it didn't work out because the 4 ball is exactly where it was. And now the 6 is locked up against the 9. So something's going to have to be moved. It's amazing, you would have thought that combo was always on, but Stubb managed to find some sort of way of missing it, giving Larry a shot in the 1. The cue ball again is going to have to come back. He might draw into the 6 and 9. Well, he's killed 2 birds with the 1 stone there. That's worked out very nice. But not a lot that he can do here, because I think he's pretty straight in the 2. He's got virtually no angle to work with here. And he might have to just play a little soft draw just to get it into the middle. Now then, got to leave the cue ball more or less where the 3 is, I think, to leave an angle in the 5 to try and get the cue ball around to disturb this 9 and 6. Well, I think maybe he was trying to get dead straight. Yeah, he's trying to pinch a bit there to draw the cue ball, which of course when you try and pinch anything in these tables with the pocket set up, they're always rattling, and Stubb can use the rail and the ball just to get the cue ball out to see the 6. And has he gone far enough? That is a very, very thin edge. Yeah, it was never enough to be able to make the pot, but I think he's got away with it. At least he's not left anything easy. Good shot. Perfect on the 7. Little soft draw. Oh, that was more like a stun. It still gets the job done. Now, again, this is the one that can go wrong, because you really want to stun this in and draw off it to get up the table, and that's what's happened. The pockets are unforgiving. And that's one that's got away for Larry, because he should have been sitting on the hill right now. And that will spin out nice. And so Stubb, gifted the rack by Larry, is going to be within 1 of tonight's final. Breaking off in rack number 12, the 8 ball has gone in. I don't think he's got a shot though. No, there's nothing doing there. There is the possible 1-5 combo that he looks as if he's lining up. No, in the end he's thought better of it and played a decent safety, which was the right thing to do than risk the combo. It's much better if you've got a good opportunity of putting the opponent in trouble. And he's going to get his reward, because that 1 ball, no, maybe not. I thought that one ball went past the 5. It will go in off the jaw. It's very tight, but it will go in off the jaw. And he didn't risk it. And once again though, the end result of the safety is excellent. And Larry's choked in behind a 5. Very difficult to pick a line here to hit this one, let alone get it safe. Well, he's managed to chip the 1, and he will take that every day of the week. And Stubb has a bank. Does he play safe, or does he risk the bank? Because again, there is no guarantee he's going to get a clean shot in the 2, because that 6 ball is just slightly in the way. And this time though, Stubb hasn't got there, I don't think. And Larry can thin cut this down the rail. Is he going to try and just drop that into the middle? Just skim it over the edge? Yep, he is. And Larry can see the 2. And Larry fighting to take this all the way to the final rack. This is the one that's going to make or break it. Is he going to get past that 6? And he's gone right onto the rail. Well, he's guaranteed to be on the 6, but it's a cutback on this 5, not a gimme. In it goes. And so the crucial shot from the 7 to the 9, and it all looks so easy, and yet there's so much that can go wrong with this shot coming up. Well, the surefire way would be to pinch a bit and just push this forward and come down the right hand side as we look. He's going for the draw. He's just got to get the measure of this, the weight on this draw shot. He doesn't want to underhit it, which he has done, and now he's got a choice: all out for the cut or 2 chances with the bank. And it's all out for the cut. And so this final rack to decide who goes through to tonight's final. Break is dry again. Now Stubb, no shot, looking for cover, and he hasn't got it. But I think the 2 is going to help him, and that will do. I don't know whether Larry thought he could cut that there, but he just caught it thin, left the 1 ball on, and Stubb has put himself behind a 7. he's risking the jump stick again. Very close to the 7 ball. Needs to get this plumb. That's a good attempt, but it's given Larry a chance. I say a chance because that 6 and 9 are a problem. But the benefit though, again, like earlier on in one of the matches, is that the 5 is adjacent to the 6. So depending on how good he gets on the 5, it should be easy enough to drop onto that 6 ball. And we're about to find out. Now, Larry should be doing his best to get as close as he can to this 5 ball. He can't be leaving it at a long distance to be able to play a good shot to get on this 6. And he's going to have to kill this and draw it back 2 or 3 inches if he can. And that's almost there. He's going to brush through in the 9 and leave the long 7. Has he gone far enough? Well, this has got to be, the way I would play this would be force this in with a good bit of spin to get it right around the angles and across the table. When Larry's going to leave it long, and that's what happens when you're tentative. He's missed the 7. You've got to be 100% for that. And he tried to baby it in to hold for the 8, and he's missed, and he's given Stubb his lifeline. And Stubb has been done a big favour by the middle pocket. It's pushed him across the table, and he's lying pretty nigh perfect in the 8 ball. Just a draw off the 8, and that will send Larry to the 1 loss side. But Larry had his chance big time there and blew it. Oh, good evening, Slim. And so it's Stubb who's going to be in the hot seat in the final, and Larry's going to have to battle through for revenge and a second go at Stubb if he's going to win this tournament tonight. So Stubb wins by 7 racks to 6, and the draw for the Straight Pool World Championships has been done, and we will look at the bracket and see what we've got while we go to see another match. Let's have a look. We'll run down the bracket and we will see that the match goal is a race to 200 in the winner's side, a race to 150 in the losers, and a final to 300. And we've got Mr. Bill against Ice Age. We've got Albinario with a bye. We've got Johnny Laris with a bye. Now, needless to say, I think there's 2 there that'll be probably forfeit straight away. We've got McClarkey to play Johnny Laris in round 2. Snake Eyes is a bye to round 2. Larry's got a bye, and Larry's going to play Popman. That should be an interesting match. And Keith, who signed up at the last minute, is going to be playing Fantastic Mr. Fox. That'll be a good match. We've got Cobra with a bye. We've got Fast Eddie to play Stubb. That will be an excellent match. That is one to look forward to, but the problem with that is that's going to be played at US time, and I probably won't get it. It'll probably be the middle of the night unless it's on one of my days off, so I probably won't see it. We've got Mark Shark against Gung Ho in round 2. We've got Sergaresh waiting, and we've got Biggs to play Bankster, and Dirty Harry has a bye to round 2. Hazard has a bye, and he's going to be playing VP Monster, who signed up at the last minute as well, and that'll be a tough match. Acero, who is, I think he's got a very good chance of winning this, but he's going to be playing Wanwa or Fan, but I think Acero, and if he gets a run, he could be very strong. We've got Tommy Yu in round 2. We've got Bedhead to play Mooncake. That should be a cracking match. And we have Fuldrish set up against Chris. So that is all the fixtures in the, well, not the first round. There are a couple of first round matches, but most of them are second round matches because of the way the bracket is, and they've to be played by December the 27th, the second round matches, that is. So there's a long time for this tournament to take shape, and I'll hopefully get some of those matches. Let's see if we can get back to Friday Night 9 Ball. And so Stubb is now in the final, and Larry is now playing Mooncake in a race to 4 to see if Larry can have another go at Stubb. So we're in the first rack, and Larry has either been put in trouble or he's got himself in trouble, and in trying to escape he has scratched. Well, this tournament is now going on well past my bedtime. We are now 3 hours and almost 20 minutes into the tournament. And Mooncake needs to get down as straight as he can down onto this 6 ball. And he's just overcooked it, too much juice on it. But he should be up 1-0, and only a short race to 4. Blink and you'll miss it. But Larry could have been sitting in the hot seat. He knows that. So Mooncake breaks off rack number 2 and breaks off dry, and Larry, well, is he going to be tempted into a bank? It's not perfect for a bank, and it's not a good safety. Another poor safety by Larry, and this 1 ball squeezes past the 9, and he can bring the angle that he's got there, can bring the cue ball out for the 2. 3 ball goes past the 7. I think he's gone too straight in this. Yes, he has. He's still going to draw off it though. You know, he's played the stun, needs a spin. I thought he was going to draw off it there, but he's got the spin to work slightly. And And Stubb is prowling about in the corner, waiting to see who his opponent's going to be in the final. Is it going to be a rematch, or is it going to be Mooncake? And that's a good shot. It's always a risky shot, because there's always a danger of the scratch. But sometimes you've just got to take that risk to get there. And Mooncake's going to be 2-0 up. And Larry is going to have to get off and running very rapidly if he can. But he needs a break. He needs something to happen. And the 9-ball has gone in. 9-ball will get respotted again. And Mooncake has got no great shot in the 1. Well, he went all out for the pot. And there's a gap between the 5 and the 8. And the 1 will go. Not easy. Well, Larry's got to not only get what's available, but he's going to have to deal with this 6-7. And he's going to have to make up his mind pretty sharpish as to what he's going to do with it, because he's on the 5 and it's looking like he's going to try and go over to the right hand side. Well, sorry, on the 4. It looks as if he's just going to try and get straight off this 5 across the right hand side to leave the combo. Although he does have an angle in the 5 to try and spin off the side rail across into the 6 and 7, but he's not risking it. Trying to get as straight as he can. Larry's going to get himself off the mark. Well, ball in the break. And the 7-ball is gone. A shot in the 1 and a problem to deal with in the 3, blocked off by the 4. Well, if he draws past this 4, he could end up hooking himself. He's just gone far enough. Okay, he's got no real shot here, but he certainly didn't want to land himself behind a 4. Larry's lined up the cut, and that was excellent.
stun the 7 in, get the cue ball out far enough for that 9 into the middle. That's a shot. And we're all square. 2 all. Race to 4 to see who plays stub in tonight's final. Now what dropped here? Something's gone. 5 ball is gone. Again an awkward cut back on the 1. Cue ball heading over to the right hand side. 2 ball blocked off into the bottom left by the 9. And he's hung the 1. This is difficult to control with the 1 being in the pocket. And he's played it well, because you can just see enough of that to knock the 2 in. 3 into the middle pocket, 4 to follow. The 4 ball's going to go long, is it? No, it's not, because it's blocked off by the 6. So he's put a lot of inside left English to check the cue ball back up the table. Well, this is the one that can always go wrong. Coming back down the table towards the 8. Well, he's got the angle just to drop over to the left here off this 7. Take the 8 ball into the bottom right. And that looks pretty good to me. And Mooncake responds strongly. And he's going to get to within 1 of the final. But not getting the run on the break. It's dry, and look at the balls. And Larry has 1 chance here to take this all the way, and absolutely no reason why he shouldn't be. Plenty of room to get to the 3, but the problem is the 4 ball. Again, if the 5 ball wasn't there, there's not an issue. It's just getting the cue ball far enough up the table. The problem now is that Larry's more than likely going to have to go inside on the right hand side. He needs to go far enough. That's not getting there, is it? Well, it's not quite. Could have done with just another couple of inches, because he's got a lot more angle on this 4 than he really wants, just to hold comfortably for the 5. And that will do. Anything but dead straight. And he's got a slight angle. Larry's dicing with death again there. He's okay. Now this time he has to get that little punchy draw just to stun across for the 9. That's better. And so this 9 ball will get him all square and into the final rack decider with the break. It's another dry one, but what's more is that these balls are split absolutely perfect, and Mooncake's got the 1 ball as a starter. Can he hold his nerve? Because again he should be out, and he's under hit that one. That should have been out another foot into the table, that cue ball. But in it goes. Now just a little spin over towards the 4. If he gets inside it, he's got a decent angle. He may well have to go forward here. That looks like the simplest solution here. Forward with a wee bit of right, just to go over beyond the 5 ball. Well, he didn't really put an awful lot on it, did he? He needed a bit more spin. He should have been nowhere near that 8 ball, and he's left himself with no shot. But he's played a good safety. That will do. And that's got Larry in a whole heap of trouble. And if he's going to jump this, he's only been able to catch the right hand side of the 5. He's looking for an angle off the side rail. That middle pocket's maybe in the way. He just managed to catch the 5. Where's the cue ball going? No, oh dear. Well, it threatened. But Mooncake, it's make or break time, because he's got a shot, he's got a cut in the 5, but it's just not easy at this distance. And then it goes, and how's the pace in this cue ball? It looks perfect to me. That is perfect. Cue ball's running around the angles. A reasonably straight in shot in the 9 to take Mooncake through to the final. And in it goes. And so it's Mooncake to face Stubb in tonight's final of Friday Night 9 Ball. We are 3 hours and 35 minutes into the tournament, and the final is a race to 9, I believe. And we're just waiting on the room going up, and that bracket has updated, and we'll see that it is Stubb to play Mooncake, and it is a race to 9, and the room is up, and I'm getting in first chance I can get. Well, that's sensible enough. And Mooncake's getting the 8 ball, which Stubb isn't happy about. But it just means that Stubb cannot afford to make any silly mistakes. And there's what? There is 100 points difference between the two players, and Mooncake's getting the 8 ball, and that is that's where I keep saying it, but that's where this rating system is wrong for players that are over 2,200. There should be no handicap between those sort of players. It should just be a scratch match. There should be some sort of threshold put into the logarithm or whatever the hell it is that needs to be done in order to fix that, because it's not fair that 2 players over 2,200, one of them should be getting the 8 ball. That's going to bounce too much. He Played a good shot though, but too much juice in it, and he's got himself hooked, and it's just a kick and hope. Now Mooncake's not got away with it. Stubb gonna have to get this cue ball running, and that was not a great shot either. Not Stubb, Mooncake I mean. I'm almost asleep, guys, if anybody's still watching, so have a bit of sympathy for me. I should have been in bed an hour ago, an hour and a half ago. Yeah, you're not the only one. He would have no teeth left by now if that was the way he behaved in a pool hall. And what's Stubb done here? Can he see this 5? No, he can't. He's going to have to jump. And the cue ball's following. And so Mooncake has been gifted the first rack. So Mooncake off and running with a bit of assistance from Stubb, and the 3 ball goes in, 2 balls hanging. He's got an awkward cut in the 1, and that's half the problem. The other problem is potting the 1, getting the cue ball moving so that he can get on this 2, so he just needs to drop it in basically. He's managed to find a gap, and he'll be more than pleased with that one. Well, as long as Mooncake doesn't get loose and doesn't play anything silly, he's going to stack the pressure on Stubb, who simply cannot afford a mistake, because he knows that Mooncake's well more than capable of just running the table, especially up to the 8 ball. So 2-0. Ball goes in. I think, well, the 2's gone in as well. And no great shot in the 3, but he certainly can put Stubb in trouble if he's brave enough to push it and drop behind the 6. What's he trying? That will do it. Pressure immediately on Stubb to get a hit and get it safe. And he hasn't, or has he? Oh, that is extremely tight. But it does go. This is awkward as well. He could put loads of inside right on this, and I don't think that would be enough to try and come down the left hand side to get to the 6. So he's just trying to get past the 9 and 8, and he's played that pretty well to try and leave a half decent shot in the 6. He couldn't have probably played that any better. It was always awkward just to get there. He's played a good shot. So once again, just a 7 and 8 to go for a 3-0 lead. Oh, he's overcut the 7. And that's gifted Stubb a chance to get off the mark. Well, now Stubb wants a ball and a shot to get right back into the match. And the ball has gone in. Don't know what one. It is what's went. The 6 ball has gone. I presume he's going to play a safe here. Just cut that 1 ball towards the 7. Let's have a look and see what it looks like. Well, that's the safety. Cut it towards the 7 and get big distance on the cue ball. Well, he's went all out for the cut in the pot. Oh, and he's broke out the 2. That has worked out perfect. That was excellent. But having done that, he's got to go all the way and take it out, and he should do it. There isn't any problem. Well, he's not gone far enough in the 5. This is now got to have lots of action on it to get anywhere up to that 7 ball. He's got to thump this in, and that has worked out perfect again, as long as it's not dead straight. He's got a nice little angle, and that excellent first shot that he played killed 2 birds with 1 stone. He went for the pot on the 1 difficult cut, and he got the breakout in the 2, and he's getting his reward for it. A good rack to run out. I would have chickened out and went for the safety. And we're all square. 2 racks all, race to 9. Mooncake getting the 8 ball, and Stubb getting a couple of balls in the break, and he's going to have to play the combo to keep this going. Has he gone far enough? No, he hasn't. Well, I think Mooncake will go for the cut, because that 3 ball has come off the rail. It is very tight, but he should be on the 4, and then he'll have, well, he should have a say. Well, that kiss in the 9's helped him, because he can draw off the 4 and stun across for the 6. So just a 6. Well, in fact, he needs a 3 then now, because obviously his money ball has gone, so got to be the 8, the 7 and 9. Well, he's had one unforced error that gave Stubb a rack. He needs to cut them out, and he needs to keep this flush to the rail if he can. I think it's just off the rail. So back into the lead. And we're into rack number 6. I'll be back in a minute, guys, if anybody's still watching.
Well, I don't know if there's anybody out there can still hear me, but I have suddenly lost the audio of the game. Yeah, I've got absolutely no sound of the game whatsoever. And all I did was mute my mic. Give us a sec. That's not going to make much difference, I don't think. You can't hear the game audio either. Yeah, because I can't hear it. So, something weird has happened to VP4 because all I did was stand up, mute my mic, go and get something to eat, or and then come back and unmute my mic, and I'm listening to the game and I've got no game sound. Right. Well, I'm afraid what score is at the moment is 3 racks all. I'm going to just kill the game and I'll be back in about 30 seconds time. It's going to need a restart in the game. You can hear the game audio. I thought you said my eyes are bad. Let's have a look and see if I've muted this. Hang on. That's better. That's fixed it. Well, that was weird. What actually happened is I'd muted my mic, and when I came back, whatever's happened, it actually muted my my audio. So I just had to go to the taskbar to check the volume level, and the volume level was at 0 for some weird reason. Well, Mooncake's left another toughie, got himself hooked in the 7 in the last rack. But back into the lead. You'll need to excuse me, I am absolutely starving and I'm about to go to bed. I'm eating corned beef. It was the only thing that was immediately at hand to eat. I mean, it's been, when did I last have something to eat? About 7 hours ago was the last time I had something to eat, and my stomach's rumbling. This should see me through to breakfast time now. Well, bedtime then breakfast. Just set that into the rail too soon, and Stub has a chance. Now, how easy is it going to be to get on this 8 ball? It looks simple enough, but just having that 9 ball there just plays with your mind. Well, he's certainly sitting good enough on the 7 to avoid any problems with the 9. And that could have ended up in trouble, but he's run into the 9. And this will bring us all square again. 4 racks all, approaching 4.5 hours. And 5 ball is gone, cutting the 1. And that 2 ball should certainly be helped into the pocket with that 6 ball being there, so there shouldn't be any problems with that shot. Well, would you believe it? He somehow managed to miss the 2, and he's given Mooncake a chance to snatch the lead again. Maybe the other side of the coin is that there's a wee bit of fatigue setting in here, because look what Mooncake's just done. Stubb missing the 2, Mooncake locking himself onto the 4 when he should have been running out. Has he got it safe? Oh yes, he has. He'll be happy with that one. It's the old boom bang a bang here from Stubb. Oh well, he didn't boom bang a bang it. He actually played it at a pocket weight, tried to kick it in, almost done it. Now, Mooncake cannot afford any silly errors here with what's left in the table, bearing in mind he's only got to get to the 8 ball. But the 8 ball is off the rail, so a little stun across. Well, that was more than a little stun, that was a big stun, but just a straight roll in to regain the lead. I think that was that the 4 ball that went in? 4 ball has gone, no shot in the 1, 2 ball tied up behind the 8, and a chance to put Stubb in trouble. That's a good one. Looks good enough from here. Once again, Stubb should be in bother here if Mooncake can get this right. Now, that 1 and 9 are not quite set.
but Stubb has managed to get away with it. But once again, Stubb should be coming to the table with no shot. And again, it's a good result. Easy enough jump shot, but Stubb's more inclined to play a kick. Doesn't really use the jump cue an awful lot. And that's now broken out and freed the two. And Mooncake has himself in a bit of trouble here. I mean, he can see enough of the one to pot it, but look where he's having to aim, right over that 5 ball. And the other problem is the cue ball's not exactly going in a decent position to have any sight in this too. I think he tried the combo in the 9 there, but he's actually left the 1 on, and Stubb can stun down to the top rail. Well, he's played a draw. Has he got the spin working? Yeah, he's just got there. And got to find a way out of here to get up for the 3, and he's managed to do that, although he's catching the knuckle. And we've now gone beyond the 4 hours. Well, the stream itself has been on for 4 hours and 5 minutes. Oh, I think that has gone all wrong for Stubb there. And he's having to just kick and hope, but he's not got away with it, so it's an unforced error from Stubb, and that could be the opportunity for Mooncake. And he's not played that great, but this 7 and 8 ball to open up a 2-rack lead. Where's he ended up? Goodness me, oh, he's hit it and just glanced it. He could have been locked up there. Got out of jail. But it is 6-4 to Mooncake. Well, I think Stubb's going to have to cheat the pocket here. Oh no, he can get it clean. Let's look at this 4 and 7. Well, both of them go. Now, what does he do here? Does he try and back out off this 3 to get up for the 4, or does he just roll through for the 4 into the right middle? Well, he's taking the simpler option, but he's the wrong side of the 4, so he's going to have to... I don't know whether he fancies risking drawing back off that or running up the table. Running up the table is a safer option, because you can at least come down that right hand side for the 5. You start trying to do fancy little draw shots, and he's going to get into the corner. He's almost there. I think he's fairly straight in this, and this is... he's trying to just pinch a little bit and stun out hard to get across for the angle in this 7, and that's pretty much there. back to within 1 with the break in rack number 12, and something's gone. Once again, too fast for me to see, but it was the 7 ball, and he's on the 1, and the 2 ball and 3 ball, not a problem. Well, the only problem's going to be that. He's going to have to risk the jump stick this time. The last time he jumped, he followed through and went straight into the pocket with the object ball. And this time he gets it right. A lot of work to do here to send this cue ball around for the 4. Loads of pace needed. I think he's dead straight again. Yeah, this is not a pretty position. So he's having to work for it. So these 4 remaining balls to square the match up. And that is not pretty either. Left a nasty cut on this 6 ball. Needs to be wary of that 9 ball as well. He's trying to stay well short of that, which he's managed to do. If he let that cue ball run around the table, he could have hooked himself. But the match is going to go all square. 6 racks all, race to 9. And the sooner they get there the better. I can get to bed. This time nothing doing on the break, but Mooncake comes to the table with a shot in the 1. The 2 is tightish, but it goes. But can he draw off the 1 or just stun down? Yeah, he can. Take that 2 into the opposite corner. Not dicing with death, trying to get good in the 2 past the 3. But is Mooncake going to keep Stubb at arm's length? He has done for most of the match so far. This to regain the lead if he can. We've got to find a way around out onto this 5. Oh, he's going to leave this really awkward, is he? No, that's not bad. Well, so far Mooncake's holding it together. I certainly am not. I'm half asleep here. But Mooncake regains the lead. Needing only up and including the 8 ball. Gets a ball in the break. Almost had a shot in the 1 there, but the 1 spun around the corner. But Another good safety shot. Oh, and Stubbs' kick has gained him a reward there. Is there a gap to see an edge of that one? No, there isn't, but it's not difficult to kick. Well, Stubbs managed to run into the 5, which has stopped the movement of the cue ball, which is why he's got no shot on the 2. Is he looking at the combo? It looks not too bad. Giving it serious attention, taking his time, but he's decided no. He's going to lock that cue ball up on the 3, and he couldn't have played that any better. This is what I keep talking about, is if you're going to play a safety and you're going to try and get the cue ball behind a ball, then you've got to get it tight, especially in this game, and especially with these guys with the jump sticks, who 9 times out of 10 are going to get themselves out of that kind of problem, but they're certainly not going to do it when you get that cue ball as tight as that. And Stubb has got a result. He has his opportunity with ball in hand, and well, I don't see a problem. Pot the 2, roll through for the 3. Has he gone through far enough? Well, he's left himself square. He could play the pot in the 3 here and run into the 4 and pot the 4. So he may well have an emergency backup going on here. Just avoids the 4. In goes the 3. I don't think he can avoid hitting the 8 here, surely. Well, these are always tough, especially when you have to play them with power. That looks good. Little bounce will give him the angle. So on we go. 7 racks all. Stubb breaking and rack number 15. Well, nothing doing. I don't know whether anything's going on here for Mooncake. Well, he's got the 1. 2 ball in the open, but that 4 ball I think is frozen to the rail. That is on the rail, that 4 ball, and that is going to be a problem. And that has to be hit clean. It must be a clean hit or it won't go in. It's going to come off that rail. And the other problem is where the 5 ball is, and he's going to have to hit this with pace to do anything to get to that 5 ball, which makes the 4 ball that more difficult. And that was the outcome. The 4 ball comes off the rail, and he's got it safe though. I think Stubbs looking at the cut here on this 4 into the bottom right. He could end up billiarding the 8 ball in doing that. And he's thought better of it. Tried to play the safety. Now again, Mooncake could try putting him in behind the 5. But he's got to get him behind the 5 or else he's going to leave a shot in the 4. Oh, he's played it well. That's a good shot. The pace was excellent. And I think he's got him tied in behind the 7 as well. That is a superb safety shot. Had Stubb in lots of trouble there, and having gotten his reward, he's going to play the 4-9 combo into the right middle, get the rack over with, and now within 1, and with the break in rack number 16, and I think the 5 ball's gone in, the 1 ball's gone in. Something else has gone in. We've lost the 1, the 4 and the 5, and well, this is a crucial shot. He's got nothing easy on this 2, and he could just push it up for safety. He went for some sort of half-hearted bank, I think, which was unlikely to go in, bear in mind where the 6 is. Now what does Stubb do? Because this could be his last shot. Everything's wide open. He's going to play the bank, I think. Yeah, all out for the bank, and he's going to have to play another good one because he's nowhere on this 3 ball. Yeah, he tried to get behind the... Oh, we're talking about Mooncake shot. I'm losing track of where I am and what time of day it is. It's 20 past 11. I should have been in bed 2 hours ago. Yeah, that was just asking too much. And Mooncake comes to the table, drops the 3 in, and he's got a little draw or a little stun off this 6, and he should be home and dry. So just the 8, the 7 and the 8, and that will give him this week's tournament. And Mooncake wins the match by 9 racks to 7. Thank God for that. And we'll have a final look at the bracket. We'll see that the winner gets, I think, $805 Stub gets 405 for second place, and Larry gets 270, and Sylvia gets 200. And that will conclude the proceedings, folks. Thanks for watching. It's been a long night. I should have quit while I was ahead 2 hours ago. But don't forget, I'll be streaming some of the Straight Pool World Championships if we can get there, if we can get matches at a suitable time. Hope you can be there. So take care, stay safe, keep your distance, wear your mask, and I will see you again soon, and I will bid you good night